Why, hello there, everybody. I am excited. It is Monday. That means it is time for Let's Code an AI Assembly. Let's do it, everybody. I'm here, I'm Drekken, and together we're going to go and build a bot that wins. This time we've been working on our Pigbot, and Pigbot is a bot that follows the commentator and YouTuber Pig. We're going to be using his bronze to GM, and today we're going to be building the economy on the logic of when to expand. Now, this has been a problem that's been plaguing this bot for a bit. But before that, let's get into a couple of things. A little bit of housekeeping. All right, so you know the drill. If you want to start your own bot, there's a link in the description, and I want you to download that link. Get yourself this bot, and get yourself the template and code the bot as well. Oh, wow. That was sorry. I apologize. I just realized my audio was double. Hold on. Just making sure I'm not peaking. I don't want to be my audio all over the place. Give me a sec. Audio. I think my mic might be a bit too much. All right, cool. Just my mic should be a bit better there now. Okay, so get yourself this template. Get yourself this template, and so you can code your own bot with me. If you don't and you don't want to, there's another couple things we can do. Let's jump into it. A couple things we can do. We can oh wow, it just jumped right back in there. There you go, much better. Okay, so a couple things we can do is you can just code alongside. If you have your own template or bot, if you want to build, you can use questions, ask in the chat. Another thing that you can do is you can become a member. If you become a member, you can join up, and together we will code a bot. A couple things. Go set up and we can connect, see if this exclamation mark join works. Okay, let's talk about what we're doing here. Let's do a little bit of a presentation. Okay, so mob programming. We do some mob programming, which basically means we're kind of, if you're familiar with pair programming, it's that plus more. We're doing a little bit of togetherness. Okay, increases your code quality, we level up, we all kind of share code, we're going to share ideas. If you've never coded a bot, I'll be kind of teaching you that part. If I bring in some other members who are more experienced with me, you'll learn from them, we learn together, and we're able to share knowledge. No need for code review because, of course, we're all here coding and reviewing. If you are just in the chat, you are what's part of the mob. So as the mob, you get to let us know what's happening. Let me know what's happening. If you are actually one of the members and you join in, if you're a member, you should actually be in right now. What you should be doing, or what we will do together, is we'll rotate. We'll use like a screen share program and rotate, and you can get yourself hands on the bot. I'll switch out. We'll both kind of go back and forth. Where we have driver, navigator. Driver is the one who's coding. One who's navigating is kind of directing where we're going. No backseat coding, and it says telling him what to code, but kind of help and move us closer to where we need to be. Number one rule: no judgment, no judging. We're all here to learn. No need to tear each other down. Okay, and then that's it. Okay, so easy peasy. We're gonna go on to just jump into this coding. Okay. Let's. I'm gonna actually make sure the is available so we can see the goal. Okay, goal is up there. Good. Let's do this. Let's jump right into it. Just because this hasn't been on the ladder, and last time we were working on the logic. Oh, I still got this up. Guess I can turn off this browser. There we go. Okay, So last time we were working on the expansion logic, and I personally was not a little happy. I wasn't happy with what we came with because we finished it and we didn't test it, but I was a little sus on the implementation. And I'm gonna tell you why. Actually, let's see if it's actually still up. If it's still up, I can actually point to it, which would be exactly how we'll do it. Let's look at the commit. So it's been the macro. Okay, yeah. So we had we were looking at, we were kind of using saturation percentage as kind of a method to explore whether or not the bot had reached a point of which to expand. And then I found out that there is actually something else we can pull from, which is what I'd like to do, is self.state score. So we're gonna actually explore self.state score. I'm gonna get it up there, and we're gonna try that instead. So I think I might actually back out of this solution here and start from scratch, and then we're going to spend this entire session essentially just working on expansion. So that's all we're doing today, is expansion. Okay, let's discard it. I'm okay with discarding it because I wasn't happy with it anyway. So we're going to go back to the working tree. Or wait. Make sure I didn't back out anything I actually was wanting to keep. What did we delete here? We deleted nothing. Okay, so we added this, so we kind of just use the expansion controller. So maybe we'll keep it and then we'll modify it. Because there's actually some logic here about under attack we'll use, and we'll just use a different indicator. So we'll keep it, but we'll modify the indicator. We'll keep that because I just forgot there's some logic in there that could be useful to test with, and we'll go with that. So I guess maybe the first thing to start with will be to explore Python SC2 and understand how it works, the state score, because I have not played with state score before. See if I can self.state score. I'm going to pull it up on a screen as soon as I know how it works. Accessible in self.state score during step function for more information. I don't know if I'm going to show this to you because it doesn't give a lot of information. We actually might have to just play around with it, and because there's not a lot of documentation on what it does and how it works. So that might actually leave us to just have to I guess, test. Okay, here we go. We'll just have to do some... We're going to do some exploring, guys, because there's no real documentation on this, how this works, and there's gamestate.py, and I don't think that is it. No. Okay, so it is score.py. Let's actually ask the AIs and see if it can... Okay, let's ask our AI and see if it can actually do us a favor. How many actions do I have? Okay, I still have enough actions. I think my actions restart soon. Can you look into Python SC2 and find me info on how game self.state score works? And any relevant... Actually, let's put this a part of what I was talking about here in my expansion. Relevant info I could use for my expansion logic. Let's see if we generate anything useful here. So it's going to look in Python SC2 and hopefully give us a rundown of how it works without us having to do any hard tests. Now, if we're fortunate enough, it'll give us a report on basically how it works, and then we can kind of work backwards from there, which I am more than happy to. Okay, it's still analyzing. It's going to use up a lot of credits. Ah, here we go. It's got some information. Okay, based on my research, I found that several useful properties in the state.score attribute that could be valuable for your expansion logic. These properties could provide real-time information about your economy and resource collection efficiency, which are perfect for indicating for when to expand. Here are some key state.score properties that would be most relevant for your expansion logic. So, bot state.score collection rate minerals. So we can get how many, okay, so we can get how many minerals and Vespian gas income. So this actually could be really pivotal because I don't know, what was I doing before? I don't remember. So expansion, if it, under attack, so worker saturation. So I could actually replace the whole worker saturation mechanism with rate of minerals. These can help you track overall economic throughout the game. Worker efficiency, look at that. Okay, so then we can also, high idle worker time might indicate you need more mineral patches. That's good too. And then combat values, these can help gauge your military advantage, which is important when deciding if it's safe to expand. Yeah, these are actually really good to know, because then we can kind of keep an eye on the state of the game. So a couple things to really solidify. I think we'll start with a very simple, very simple aspect, and then maybe we would expand upon it. Oh, it didn't really, it said it would suggest something, but it didn't, and that's okay. I think we can get a broad-based idea what we need from this, because in my mind, maybe what is necessary and what can be done. Oh, and shout outs for new music. I got new music for Stream Beats, so shout outs to the new music that we're going to be having on stream. So you could probably implement collection rates are good, but the thing is, how would we know what numbers to total resources collected? It's gonna be track your overall economic throughout the game, so we could keep track of that. Total collected this game. Do we want to check every? I wonder if we want to be calling it every. You don't want, maybe you don't want to call it every step. I wonder if there's a good, what would be a good time to check? Maybe you would want to check on saturation, because maybe you want to say, if we hit saturation, start calling these things, start checking these things. So yeah, we should maybe say something like, if we hit saturation, if the amount of probes that we've hit equals the maximum amount of probes that we need, start checking when we need to expand again. So that might be a good indicator. That would be our, what I'd call our hook moment, is when we've hit saturation of our base, start paying attention to lead indicators of our economy. Then when we hit those indicators, expand. I actually wish I had a whiteboard, because that might be cool to really draw this out before coding it. If I had a whiteboard to kind of draw out how I would actually structure this, because it could go a few layers deep. And I think if I think about it really robustly, it would really reduce the need to have to recode certain aspects of it down the line. Because I think I might have everything I need to really create a robust a robust expansion system. And I'm wondering, maybe I should talk to the AI about how to design it. I actually might pull up ChatGPT and ask it. Now, I don't know if I can share my ChatGPT screen because I actually did not consider the idea of needing to share it. Okay, well, let's see. Let's go on a limb and I'll try sharing it and we'll kind of show the answers that I'm getting. I think it's okay for me to pop it in here. Let's find out. Screen capture. Where is a window capture? Let's try. Okay, I got one. Okay. I'm actually going to rename this to be Windows. Okay. Let me resize that because that's a little, you don't want to see more than that. Okay, and let's see if I can just pop that over here. Okay. So I'm gonna ask, let's say, okay. Currently building, actually, what's gonna be the best one for coding? Let's use 03 mini high. I'm currently building, an expansion system logic for my SC2 bot. I need to design. I need to design a system. I need to design a system that. How do we want to phrase this? I want to design a system that follows StarCraft 2 expansion principles. I want to keep it's simple to start. Actually, I want to design the holistic system first and then end up at a simple implementation. The Python SC2 library has, what does it have? Let's actually give it the stuff from, can I copy this? This is copy pasta? Can I copy pasta this? Maybe not so simple. Let's try if I can just go like this. It has the following items to help keep track of the game. Also, using the Eris framework, there might be options for me to keep track of enemy army strength. Let's see what it comes up with. Oh, it's doing some reasoning. So use collection rates to know if your income is high enough. Track total resources to see long-term growth. Monitor idle worker time. Use combat values, killed unit structures, areas for strength, and then create a score to set thresholds for each area. If income and resources are high, idle time is significant, and the enemy isn't a threat, then expand. Write functions to check for economy, worker combats. Combine these in a final decision function. Trigger an expansion if conditions are met. Let's talk about the economic check then. Because maybe for economic, you'd want it to be a percentage. How would you, okay, let's think about what factors do pro players in SC2 take when they think about economics? Because you would want to, pro players obviously are not looking at their consumption rate, but they by feel will know it's time to expand based on how much maybe minerals they have left or the time in the game. But we want a little bit more empirical note things. So we're saying economic check, you want to check the collection rate. What would be a good, like if our collection rate is low, that means we're not, think about the economics. What factors do pro players, what collection rates do pro players in SC2 try to stay within, if any? $300 minerals a minute. While mid game to late game, so it would actually change based on the timing of the game. Ooh, I might mean to be dynamic to kind of switch. We're now, when a certain amount of time goes, we're now in the mid game. When a certain amount goes, we could actually create a state, right? We could actually make in the beginning of the bot, it has a certain state. So when the game time is X, Y, and Z, it's in the early game. If it's it's in the mid game, and it trips it and now like change the state. And then if it's in the thing, it's a late game, and then we can actually change our expansion system based on the state of the game. That could work. So we could create like a, the state of the game, and we can use that as a trip marker, which would be really cool. I wish maybe I could draw this out. Okay, but I don't have any way to keep track of that right now. I really would like to design that on like a whiteboard. Okay, I'll have to keep that in my head for now, which is not, actually I'll write it down I'll write it down somewhere. I have a little notepad. We'll say, so I want to do like a state controller, which is early, mid, late game, which the bot knows then which state is in, and then we can kind of think about that. Maybe I could ask it to search. I'll say, hey, can you actually, we'll go back to the, can you check the web to see what economic, I'm not expecting this to actually come because I don't think pro players know specifically, what kind of econ numbers they're looking at. They just feel for it, I think, over time, but let's kind of still go for empirical. Check the web to see what economic collection rates or indicators pro players use when thinking about expansions. Let's see if it yields anything. Yeah, I didn't think so. They don't really think about that. I guess I would have been kind of impressed if they did. I Ooh, effective spending. I remember this from thing. Higher SQ values correlate with better macro manage. I forgot, how does SQ work again? But that goes with spending. That goes with spending in general. Elaborate on SQ. How does it work? Maybe we could actually keep track of our own bot spending quotient. Ooh, we could use this formula. We could, ooh. We could use a spending quotient as a means of seeing how well we're spending. Ooh, I love that idea. I love that idea. Spending quotient. Okay, so wants to know which one I like. Spending quotient is a metric in StarCraft 2. The spending quotient is used to evaluate a player's. Here 2 is focusing on efficiency effectively. Then they collect and spend resources. The higher SQ indicates more effective economic management. Formula is, and its average resources per minute. Ooh, that could be kind of cool. We could actually try to hit the spending quotients of grandmasters. I like that idea. I will. What is this one here? The formula combines income and spending efficiency, producing a score that typically ranges between 0 to 100, with high scores indicating superior macro management. SQ values can be correlated with player skill levels. This ranges provides a range line. Individual performance may vary. Limitation of SQ. While SQ is a useful indicator of macro efficiency, certain limitations: game duration, race mechanics, late game. Okay. Total measure of SQ. Yeah, this is the response we need. So maybe we can't. Maybe it won't be a good idea to use SQ live, because like, well, we could actually check to see if we're spending, but then we might get like false positives, because if the bot is trying to spend and it lost stuff and whatever, it might try to expand wrong or something like that. Well, what is this? Let's see. Is this based off of what? The formula is SQ equals 35 times this number. What is I? Log U. What is I and U considered? I is the average resources collections per minute. U is the average unspent resources. We could actually just use this to measure our own bot's performance and how it does at the end of the game. So maybe I wouldn't stick. Actually, I'm going to take this. I'm going to copy and paste this into my notes. This might be useful as a later idea. So I think I would use this specifically on the output of my bot at the end of each match to kind of see if it, to see if it was spending properly. So we'll actually measure it by the same SQ as humans. I like that idea, and we'll actually implement that. We'll put that, if we finish what we're doing today, we'll implement an SQ measurement next week, because I like the idea of being able to measure how well the bot does. Okay, so that took us a slight off detour. Okay. Doesn't adhere to a specific collection rate. When deciding expand, instead to focus on broader economics and strategic principles. Optimal mining efficiency is achieved with both. Once a base reaches this saturation, additional workers have diminished returns, prompting players to establish new bases, collection resources. Yeah, that's okay. Maybe we should ask it more of a logical question and go something like, don't search. How do StarCraft 2 players know when to expand? StarCraft 2 Pro players. Queues. They expand when their current base is fully saturated. Yeah, that's an easy indicator. Mineral workers and 3 geysers. 3 per geyser, so extra workers don't add much income. They also check if their resource collection is high and spending is efficient, like the good spending quotient. Map control. So map control. So we could actually maybe go percentage of the map. How would you measure map control? Because we could probably break this down to what's our current intake. So if we have low intake, and then so what we do is if our base is packed, so after the mid game, we'll start this like off. We'll obviously start it off in like the mid game. Base is packed. If the base is packed, check what is our current spending. What is our current spending? If it's less than XYZ, check if we have X amount of control of the map. So like, is it safe? Is it safe? If it is safe and we are spending too little, expand. So I think we can keep it very simple. And we don't even really need to know army control, because assuming we have control of the map, I guess, what do you want to do? Would it be better if we do control of the map, or if we do strength of our army? How do pro players measure map control? Let's use a higher logic. It's the highest logic. Let's use, how do pro players measure map control? This is something I know how to, I think intuitively how I would measure map, like how I would feel map control. How would you measure? You'd have to actually see how much does the enemy control of the map versus maybe you. So you'd have to say, how much of the map have I seen? Vision of the map. So how much vision of the map do I have? And in that map that's visible that I've seen, so you'd have to take a snapshot of the game as is from a bot and say, man, this is actually a hard decision. Man, this kind of decision making is actually a little bit more tougher than I had initially, because yeah, there's no strict numbers, obviously. I guess it's really how freely can I move? It's like, how freely can I, as I being the bot, how freely can the bot move determines map control. Can I leave my base without being destroyed? I would say the logic with that is maybe, how would I translate to bot logic? Scouting data. So you could say if the map is visible, then maybe a percentage of how much that map is visible, and in that percentage of the map is visible, do I have expansions? Expansions is a way. I think maybe enemy strength is probably the best powerful way. Map control is really hard. That's a really tough question. I don't know how to measure map control. That's a really tough question. How do you measure map control? Okay, so how does one measure map control? It's a tough question. I mean, is there any? I wonder if there's something in the Ares framework that has been. They tell us, because, I mean, well, maybe we can take a peek inside the manager mediator and see if there's something that can give us an idea, something that might give us a. Okay, well, let me pop us over to the browser so we can take a look at this together. I have to kind of modify this a bit so you can see it properly. Okay, let's go over to, let's see. So we could take information like the enemy expansion, how much, like, has the enemy expanded? That's just a Boolean. Get expansions as ordered from the enemy's points of view. So we can get how much expansions they have and compare them to how much expansions we have. They have a lot of expansions. Maybe we don't. If their expansions are a percentage of more than our expansions, then we don't. Oh, but technically you kind of want to, like, do you want to, if your opponent expands more than you, that might mean that, yes, you don't want to use their expansions as a means of how much control you have, because in theory, you want to have, like, I think army strength is what we're going to want to use. You want to be able to measure your army. If I have a stronger army, then I have control of the map. Straight up. That's really what it boils down to. If I have a stronger army than my opponent, then I straight up have a way much more control. So I think what we'll do is we'll use two indicators. We'll code in a state, a certain type of, we'll set like a certain state, early, mid, and late game. We'll then code in a check that checks in once we hit saturation of our base to check what our current intake is. If it is below, let's choose an arbitrary like 300 minerals per minute. If it's below that, check what is our army strength. If our army strength is stronger than the opponent, we should expand. Or actually check if we're under attack. If we're not under attack and our army strength is above the opponent, we should attack. If we are below the opponent, we should probably be pumping out units. Yeah, we'll probably use that. We'll use that for now, and then we'll test it, and then we'll kind of work from there. Maybe I'm gonna write this down so I have this logic in, don't have to try to remember it. So we're gonna have a state controller. Then we're going to check base saturation. Then once we check base saturation, we'll check mineral collection. We don't need to worry about efficiency. Total resources collected, not really relevant. So collection rates are really only combat values. Value of enemies killed. Killed value units. What is this? What is this? Killed value units. Maybe this could be useful. Is this from the observers? Like the, can you tell me more about the killed? No, I don't think it. The value of enemy units killed. Value of enemy structures killed. Like it's a score, right? It's a score When you're observing a StarCraft 2 game, there is a graph. What is that graph called? Like that shows like the army strength. What is that graph called? It's really, it'd be nice if we, like, obviously. Can we tap in that? That'd be cheating. No? If you can tap into that? We'll do a quick search. What is the graph called in StarCraft 2? Observing that tells you who is winning. Mineral of SP and total resources income graph is 1. That's not the one I'm thinking about. It's like, it's there 1 for army strength. Man, it's been a while since I've watched a game. Maybe I need to go watch some more StarCraft 2 games. Yeah. Strength. Oh, my perplexity is dead? What happened there? Maybe I should just ask ChatGPT. Yeah, my perplexity died. So, okay. Let's chat GPT. What's the graph called? In SC2. We don't need to use mini. Use regular. Oh, this, I don't have SC2 up. I have. There you go. What's the graph called in SC2 that let's see. Army score in observe. Army value graph. So we could actually use now there's actually already something that can tell us the map data. Oh, but that would actually only tell us what our current army value is. Do we want to be able to keep track of how much value of armies we've killed? Like if we kill how many units, if we killed the value of units killed, and then we score killed. Is there anything that can tell us the current value of our army? So maybe you can just do like, what is the value of our army versus the amount of enemies we've killed? Yeah, we could probably just do something like, what is the total amount of value of the many enemies we've killed? If our no, because what's this? Oh, but I guess we could actually tell. Okay, so there's actually something in the Ares framework that will tell us our army value. So that's fine. Army value equals minerals. Army value unit. Okay, so you can calculate. Yeah, so we just calculate using unit data. That's kind of how I would expect it. Is that we just have to create like our current army value and just kind of do that. And then, so if we did our own army value and then we measured it against what? So we could do like, okay, what is our army worth? So that's good. We know how much our army is worth. So our army is worth this. Then we have to say, what is the enemy's army worth? What's the best way? Well, we won't have an absolute number. So we could just say if we've seen the enemy and we know what he, you know, whatever. Let's go back to Ares. Let's go back to the Ares stuff and see if we can discover this together, because I think I have an idea. So we can do our own army value and then say something like, where's something like enemy, get all enemies. So get all enemies, assign them the value. So like do like a value for whatever the enemy is, total. What I don't know is, does this do all enemies we've seen? All the enemies that are alive? Get the dictionary of enemy unit types to the units themselves. I don't know what this means. And so then we have get all enemies. So we've get all enemies. This is the unit memory manager. So we get all enemy units, and it produces like units. And then we could say something like, so there, get building counter. Is position safe? What is that? Oh, if that's squads positions, flood, da 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 da. Get removed units. What a strange use case. Get positions that are blocked by a burrowed enemy unit. Interesting. Get own army. Okay, so that's good. We can use this to get our own army. And then that's how we can use to kind of get, probably assign a value. Get a dictionary of our own army units types to the units themselves. Okay, that's good. Okay. I'm gonna guess roughly that this gives us all the units we've seen so far. So I'm going to assume if they die, they're removed from our memory. If we see them die. If we see them die, they're removed from memory. Or else I don't know what else to do. Okay, let's try this. I'm going to write this part down. Okay, so we have a state control early, mid, late game. We check if our bases hit saturation. Then we check our mineral collection. If we've hit saturation, check our mineral collection. If we've fallen below a certain threshold, so if we've fallen below a certain threshold, check if we've hit. So actually what we'll do is we'll actually create a method for this. And we'll say, okay, check mineral collection. And then if it's the mineral collection, first, if we're in the early game, if we're in the mid game, this thing, and if we're not, then. And then after we check the mineral collection, we will then check. What will we do? We will check. Once we've seen our, so if we have our mineral collections too low, then we check, okay, what is our enemy? What is our enemy? What is our army value versus the enemy, the enemy's, the seen enemy. What is our army value versus the enemy, seen enemy's army value? So we'll measure our army value against the enemy's army value. And I have some actually code around here somewhere, which I'll look in a bit, and we'll kind of maybe see if we can resuscitate that. And then we'll take the army value against our army value and say, if our army value is higher, we should expand, right? If our army value is higher, if all those other conditions are correct, if we have a stronger army, means we have map control. If we have map control, we should be pushing the advantage and we should be expanding to keep the snowball going. What happens if you don't? Don't expand? Is that because I won't actually, I don't know the answer. I'll need more data. So I think we'll just go with this very simple thing. If our army value is greater than the current enemy army value, and we're not under attack. Oh, yes. And we're not under attack. So I don't think we should. Do you want to, like, should you expand if you're under? Actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're under attack, because if your army value is, if you already have a stronger army and they attack you, it doesn't matter. You should expand anyways while they're attacking you if you have a stronger army. So we'll just use army value, because if by army value we have, should we measure it by how much of the enemy we've seen? Because what if you've never seen the enemy? I guess then you're going off of imperfect information. Okay, that's fine. We will make this work. Okay, let's close up some of this stuff. I think we can work with this. We're gonna actually use get all enemy. So we're gonna actually take this get all enemy. I'm gonna use this. And then I'm actually also use get my own army. Get own army. This is the unit cache manager. This is all in the unit cache manager. So let's get own army. And then what else? So get a, okay, that should be fine. All right, we can drop that stuff. All right, let's do it. So we already have kind of something here. Let's go to the bot.py. I don't think I have a state manager. Mid game. Okay, so we're gonna create like a, we're gonna actually do some, we're gonna use a new thing. I don't think we need to give it a holistic what we're doing. We're gonna go back to the beginning. We create a new one. I'm gonna say, I want to, what are the different states in StarCraft 2? I want to create a flag in bot.py. That's weird. It's weird. Why is it not? There it is. Create and flag that py that keeps track of the state of the game, early, mid, and late game, measured by time in StarCraft 2. As the game time changes, the self.state game state, we'll call it self.game state. Make sure that's not already a real thing. Call it game state. So self.game state changes based just go create that for me. Let's do that. What is this? Why'd you make it a class? I don't think it needs to be a class. That seems a little unnecessary, no? Seems like a really complicated way of doing this. Current time equals self.time. If current time equals, it's an interesting way of doing it. I mean, you don't really have to print. It's a gameplay. Why do we make it a class? Oh, let's see what you're saying. So I've input a game state tracking system in your studio that will track the progression of the early game to a mid game to late game based on the time thresholds. Created a enum with 3 states: early, mid, late game. Added a game state tracking properties. This is okay. So game state initialized, self.game state initialized to early game. Added a logic on step method to update the game state based on the current game time. The implementation uses the built-in self.time property. That's right. Track current game's times in second. The game state is stored in self.state, which you can access throughout. Why did you do? What's the reasoning of why you built it this way? Because initially, I don't mind it, but in my mind, it was actually a lot simpler than how it produced it, but I could be wrong, and I just would like to know why. Initially in my mind, I thought I just do a self.game state and then an if statement checking the game time, and if it hit that game time, it replaced the self.game state to be that game time. Your way better? ? Like, why did it make it so complicated? It seemed really weird to make it so complicated. Yeah, I was like, just... And then updating if it's stage based on time. I chose to use an enum for a few key reasons. Type safety. With enum, you can only assign valid game states, early game, mid game, late game. This prevents accidental typos or invalid states that might occur with strings, early, late game. Okay, fair enough. Code completion IntelliSense. When you try game state set game equals game state, your ID will show you all valid options, making it easier to write code. Okay, sure. Oh, okay, fair enough. Maintainability. If you want to add more states in the future, like opening phase, ultra late game, you could add them. I don't think StarCraft 2 games need to be broken down into any more than 3 phases. It's really only you're either in the early game, mid game, or the late game, so that's irrelevant. Is more descriptive than checking against a magic string or number. That said, your approach would absolutely work too. Would be fine for this case. The logic of checking the time and updating a variable would be essentially the same. Well, it's good to know that my idea wasn't like weird, but so I think it just, you don't have to make it so complicated, my friend. Simple, like, yeah. If we just simple early stay and then on step, you just switch it to late and mid. I think I prefer my approach. I think this approach was, I thought we were just going to implement what I was thinking. I should have probably been more specific, but yeah, just do the simple one. Just make the simple one. I don't need to get too fancy here. Like, I mean, I always default to simple when I can. Where is it? Okay. Perfect. That's it. That's all I need you to do. Just do like a little check. Perfect. That's all I wanted from you. Do we need the enum still? I feel like we don't need to. We can probably reject that. Perfect. Just making sure that wasn't necessary. Yeah, I was just gonna use like a cool. Let's accept all those. And then let's go back. Okay, so now we have a flag for each that time. And then let's talk about what I want to do. I used up a bunch of my credits though. Whatever, I guess. Can't. Nothing to be done. Okay, so now that we have kind of like a state tracker, let's go back to macro. Okay, so I want to rework our expansion plan. I want to work the expansion plan. Create a method called expansion checker. Checker in macro.py. So expansion checker macro.py. And in that, we'll create the logic. So what we want to do is we're checking if we should expand. First, it will do we check first what type of game we're in? It will check. It's in the check what the game state is from self dot. What is this called? What did we call it again? Self dot game state. Self dot game state. Actually, let's not put in the game state. What's the mineral saturation again? We're gonna want to check mineral. I want to check. First, we'll want to check how much minerals and gas we are collecting. So how much resources we're collecting. Per minute. Should we check only minerals or should we check minerals and gas too? Let's just keep it simple and check how many minerals. How many? Collecting. How much minerals we're collecting if we are collecting. If it's lower than 300 in the early game, go to the next check. If it's less than 400 and 500, 400 or 500 in the late game, go to the next check. So we do have to check the state. We'll have to create logic checking if we should expand. For check our current self dot game state. Okay, and then the next check, which will be it will then check it will then use the Eris frameworks. The Eris frameworks get all enemy. Oh, get all own army. Go over it. Use the map unit data to produce our army value. Then do something similar to R to the enemy units using get all enemy. And compare. And then if it does, if all conditions are correct, then we'll use we'll increase the expansion count. And compare. And if we're stronger, increase the expansion count by 1. This will replace this current system I have in handle macro, and it will call the method when our base saturation. Do we have a saturation? We do have a saturation. When we hit saturation of our bases. Now go. Let's see. Whew, okay. Let's see what kind of logic it's going to put together. Hopefully it won't go too wild. Oh, it's doing something. Expansion checker. All right. I can review your code, my friend. So you did expansion checker. I actually usually like putting that kind of stuff at the bottom, but fine. And then he called the expansion checker here. Okay. I personally kind of like that stuff at the bottom, but okay, let's see how expansion checker works. Interesting that it does the check of the expansions in here. How are you doing the expansion check? Oh, you're just running the expansion checker at every, as long as the macro is running, you do an expansion checker. Oh, interesting. So he does expansion count equals expansion checker. What is it? What does it send back? Return something. What is it returning? Okay, let me go through this. This is interesting. Okay, so get the current state. Checks the current base. Actually, let's read what you said first. I've implemented the expansion checker. method according to your specification. Here's what it does. Game state awareness uses the bot game state to appropriate collection rate thresholds. Early game 300 minerals, mid game 400, late game 500. Resource collection analysis checks the current mineral collection rate. The thresholds can make decisions accordingly. Army calculation calculates your army's value using the unit data dictionary. Wait, what did you do? How did you do that? Okay, so you go, okay, so you get a number. That's good. That's what I want. Unit, your value in the unit data dictionary gets enemy unit value from Ares Framework's unit cache manager. Compares these values to ensure you only expand when you have sufficient military advantage. Workers saturations checks if your base are sufficiently saturated before recommending expansion. Safety mechanisms includes a fallback timing. Based expansion triggers 2 bases by 5 minutes, 3 bases by 8 minutes, prevents early expansions when you have a small army. I actually do not mind this backup. The method returns a recommended expansion count, which is then used by the handle macro to register the appropriate expansion controller. This approach should make your bot expansion decisions much more dynamic and responsive to the game state. It will expand more aggressively when you have a military advantage and high worker saturation, but be more cautious when you're at a military disadvantage. Would you like this to test this information? Okay, let me be the judge. This is done wrong, so I'll have to fix that. I can immediately know that is done wrong, which is okay. I will figure that out. So I know that's done wrong. But let's understand. So we have a minimal, so it's like, okay. Oh, it put like a, it has a mineral collection, but it didn't do gas because I didn't tell it to do gas, but we'll keep it just in case. So current bases checks the current bases, current workers, bot worker amounts, optimal amount 22. Is it 3 for gas? Well, that's not right. It's 2 for gas, isn't it? Or is it 3 for gas? What the fuck is wrong with me? 3. Wow, what happened to me? Isn't it 2? Oh my god, it's 3. What is wrong with me? Six for gas, 22. Okay, so that was right. Whatever. Workers at current workers, optimum workers. If optimum workers is greater than 0, else 0. So it checks if we have the optimal amount of worker to the amount of bases. Own army equals 0 for each unit and thing. I don't know if we should be, I feel like we shouldn't be calling it all the time. So get our own value, then we do this. So that's easy. Own army value. So it actually doesn't, so it's actually, okay, so it's actually just checking the main army. Okay, that's fine. Main army's fine. I might want to say all units rather than main army. That's fine. So then we have to do something for how to get the army value. Not the worst thing in the world. If game state equals early, collection threshold is 300. If mid, 400. If else, 500. Expansion count equals current bases. Defaults to current bases. And there's like a little debug information here. Checks if collection rate is below threshold. If mineral collection rate is greater than collection rate. So if the mineral collection is threshold, so if it's lower than. If worker saturation is greater than 0.08 and the mineral bought mineral is greater than 400. I don't know, what is this supposed to do? Check if we have saturation and can afford expansion. You don't have to check for the expansion because we already have, so say you can, you don't check if we can afford expansion because the expansion manager Expansion controller handles that. So that's one thing it can fix. I'll fix the actual manager thing manually. I can do that. I know how to do that. If we have good income, check if we can expand based on the other factors. So that else, again, that can be removed. So if own army is greater than enemy army times 0.08, or own values times 1000. I don't know what this extra part is here. Save to expand. And then expansion count equals current basis plus 1. Okay. And time fail back to time. If it's after this, and okay. I actually like this. We'll just remove that. So just tell it to change that. I'm presuming you removed it. Okay, yeah, it looks like you removed it. Okay, I am relatively happy with this. I have to fix this import. There's some stuff in here that are just, they're not, simply not, no bueno. Some no bueno items in here, of which we can fix. Oh, it wants to run it? Girl, relax. I don't need you to run it. I need to fix this first. So eager. But you know what? I respect the eagerness. So now what we need to solve for is how to get the enemy value. I like how it's kind of like, because there's no enemy value, so we can actually just mimic something similar. So we can go something like, enemy value equals 0, and then we go something like 4 unit let's say 4 unit in how did we want to get this? Well, let's use this thing that I saw. Was it get own enemy army? How does this get set bot dot mediator manager? Is it mediator manager dot get all enemy? Is that how that works? My kingdom, for an example. Let's see if I can. Maybe it's self.mediator. I can't remember if I Oh, it might be self.mediator. Let's just try self.mediator instead, because I think that's how we call it. So we just actually might go spot.mediator. .mediator. No. But we need to tell this to actually ignore like the stupid types of units. Which will, so we have all enemy bought in media magic and all enemy. How does a media manager I actually don't think it passes anything. Yeah, maybe we can just try it like that and then we'll see if it works. Maybe I actually don't need to do, see if this works. 4 units and get get all enemy. If unit don't do that. Just hold on. Where's my where do I have ignore? Do we just, maybe we can just bring these common ignore types to somewhere central and we just pull it from it. Do we not have a common ignore types in the main? Do I not have common ignore types? Common ignore. It does not seem like I do. So let's say in the enemy army value equation, we want to exclude the enemies found in common unit ignore types that can be found in combat.py. PS, if there is a more central source of truth where that should be stored, give me it as a suggestion. Don't move it unless it makes sense. Truth for the common unit ignore type. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good to go check this. Oh, what is it? Where's it going now? I thought we were already done. All right, is it feeling a little satisfied? Okay. I don't need that. Thanks. Let's just check. Actually, don't think we need these. Don't think they're being called. This is being called. This is definitely being called. I actually don't even think we're using unit roles. I am okay with deleting that too. Watch, of course, obviously something silly happens and it turns out we need it. Okay, I am interested to test this. I wonder if we could have some sort of debug. I feel like a debug would be really... There's a debug in here, but I don't know if it... Wait, where is... Are we not... Oh, okay, I was like, what happened to the game? Are we not... We're not making... We're not testing? Okay. I guess we'll have to watch it for a while to see if it works. I guess it should only tell. It should only really be expanding. It doesn't matter. It'll only check after the. Oh, geez. What set off the cheese reaction? Oh, yes, I have an attack function. Yes, I forgot. There's an attack function in here. That is... I totally forgot we were testing for rushes. Okay, well... Oddly enough, I think this cheese function does work. Not that... So yeah, my attack mechanism actually is not ideal. Oh, geez. I need to turn off the attack function. But weirdly enough, this cheese thing works. So good. We'll actually... Heh. Yeah. The thing that triggers our attack is actually not what we want, and I think okay, we'll have to change that flag. Okay, well, let's... Oh, he lost. Oh, well, maybe he'll still test what we need after all. Yeah, this, I totally forgot we have to fix that. Oh. It is collecting something. So it is collecting something. Our own value, enemy value says 0. So it's only what you've seen. Ah, enemy value goes to 0 when you no longer have vision of the enemy. Interesting. So enemy value is only when you see the enemy. It's only what you've seen. So if you see the enemy get killed, good thing we stayed here. So like, let's see. So we're here. It's like what the last thing we saw of the enemy in terms of the enemy value. Interesting. So it says it thinks our own value is 75 right now. Why? Why does it say our own value is 75? What does it think we have? Oh, because we have archons. Yeah, that would make sense. Our value is actually higher. Oh, I think, is it working though? Is it actually working? Oh, it looks like it's, oh, it might actually be working. Oh, it actually is kind of working. Strange. It's kind of cool because not that I, you know, of course, I didn't think it wasn't going to work, but interesting. So it's actually working here, but this enemy value changes. Interesting. Look at this. So the enemy value is based on what it sees last, and then it just keeps that in the memory, and then it updates it when it sees it again. Our mineral collection rate is like really high. Mineral collection rate is 2,000. Oh yeah. Ooh. Man, I have to fix that disruptor thing. Because it just sniped our own unit. Interesting. Own army value is 138. Enemy value is 35. And so it's going to be based off of what it saw last. It says the collection rate of minerals. Though look at that though, it is expanding. It's actually really working. It's working really well, from what I can tell. This choke point is so bad by the crown. Okay, so we may actually have to also work. Oh my god. It's like disruptors are getting chased away. So gas is really low. This is such a bad situation, like such a bad spot for us. Oh, but we're actually kind of winning. Despite this was like the worst battle I've ever seen my bot do, and it's like a computer, which is whatever, but finally. Oh my god, where is the observer? So how's this expansion going? I think what I can also do for this gas, because I think this gas is waiting, it's waiting to. Okay, look at that. It's actually really expanding a lot. So the expansion is working. It is working, but this gas, like, why do we not have enough? No, the gas is saturating. I think we should actually start building the gas long before. What was that? What's that sound? Expanding to 7 bases. Okay, so we have a method of expanding, which I would say this is successful. Something is up with the amount of minerals. Like, I think we have a shit ton of. Like, what is with this worker count? Maybe it's just me. Oh, is the worker count actually? Oh, because the worker count is based on how much. Oh, I see the problem. The worker count is based on like how much, how many bases we have, and not really like saturation of the bases. Because like obviously these bases, these are like okay. So we do have like an over, like an oval or an over. Yeah, and then it's going to keep expanding. So the expansion, we did it. We hit the saturation. We figured out how to do the expansion. We need to increase gas creation because look at this. It's not. So it's like building gas a little later than we want. It should actually not. It should actually not wait until the Nexus is ready. It should just build the gas right away. Why is it not building another gas expansion? There are so many workers here. So weird. I guess I haven't been paying attention. It's actually like killing the enemy. Okay, so we have an expansion controller, and it actually looks kind of good, and I'm pretty happy with it overall. Overall, I'm pretty happy with the expansion controller. It might need some tweaking, and I sure as heck don't know why I didn't build any gas here, but overall, I am pretty pleased. Little surprised, but overall pretty pleased. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't build it. Didn't build the gas here. Weird. So yeah, we actually don't need to wait for the base to be done. There's a couple things we're gonna have to explore. Like it's like there's so many like there's so many probes. Maybe we need to keep an eye on mineral patches left, because clearly there's a problem with the total amount of probes we have versus how much we need versus. Okay, so it's still expanding. Okay, so our expansion stuff works. It's really good. Actually, I'm really happy with that. It's still expanding. Indicators are good. I think we have to be kind of concerned about this enemy value rate thing. I think enemy value rate, like the enemy, like the fact that the enemy does not get updated until, like, might be something worth thinking about. But the good news is it stays. So it's actually might be okay, because you go based off of what you've seen last, as opposed to necessarily, like, it stays in your memory. So I would say this is good. Actually, let's keep these changes. This is actually really good. I'm going to keep all these changes. And we do need to tweak it a bit, because first gas expansions, we needed to so yeah, to count, find how many gas expansions, max pending. How many gas expansions do we want to be pending at any one time? Defaults to 1. How are we controlling these gas expansions? Are we blocking them at all? So we have a max pending of 2 is what we want. We actually don't want them to be we don't need it to be town hall ready. We can just have, like, as soon as the town hall is like what was this? But like town halls dot land up town halls. So I don't need to be dot ready. Was it? Is dot ready pending? Ready? Yeah, we don't need it to be ready. So let's leave that for now. Where is controlling? So we actually don't need this time. So we can say if dot actually check. We actually no longer have to do dot time, and we can actually check for the mid game. We can use our new state controller. Is it? We can say bot dot game state, so it'd be like. So it'd be like bot dot game state. Oh shit! Was that less? Okay, so if bot dot game state equals early. Wait, is that less than? So yeah, we just need to know if it's the early game. So if it's the early game, run this stuff. Else, okay, so that's right. So if it's the early game, run this stuff. If not, just do the rest. Shows as if the mid game. Okay. Seems good. Okay, that seems good. That seems good. Now, what was causing all those? What was causing all those? What was causing all those probes to just kind of go wild? I think having so many probes just all over the place is non-ideal. What can Okay, so what is controlling our work account? Because the nature of that is what might be causing us some grief right now. But good news, and I think I'll check it off, is that our expansion timer worked. We've done the expansion. I think we have a really good, the expansion system works. It's a little janky, but we actually can change that to early. Wait, what was that? Was that? Yeah, that's supposed to be early. So this works though. The getting the get all enemy actually works pretty good. We need to figure out how are we controlling our worker count. Where's the workers? Oh, here it is. So we have this like worker behavior, and it's based off of. Okay. Let's actually propose this to the AI and chat it out for a sec. So, okay, something to discuss is in handle macro, we have a behavior that sets how many workers we need to produce Actually, is there an auto thing here? What's this? No, just we have to set the number. So how many workers we need to produce? Currently, it's based off of how many town halls. But as the game goes on, and mineral patches are depleted, that doesn't make sense, because the amount of bases, because the amount required, I mean, maybe it should have been the amount of bases it has. It's to be about the amount of town hall. I mean, how many mineral patches we have access to. Because over time, mineral patches get depleted, bases get unused because they are depleted of resources. And gas get depleted. So we could probably say, we could actually check. Maybe what we could do is we could actually check how many expansions we have and then check how many mineral patches. Current worker production logic, simply using Linbot, it doesn't count for depleted resources as the game progresses. Here, a better approach to determine and count the actual number of mining locations available by checking mineral fields and gas geysers. Optimal worker count fields for town halls in bot town halls. Nearby bot mineral fields closer than 10 town halls. Mineral field minerals is equals mineral fields time 2. Count the active geysers. Lambda X has geysers. Each geyser ideally has 3, and then return mineral plus gas workers. Check the resources remaining. Even better, we can check how much resources left in each field. We could also adjust the based on game phase. No, that's too static. So I suggest implement a combination of 1 and 3. In early and mid game, use the base count calculations with appropriate caps. In late game, switch to counting actual mining locations. Okay, you could use, I think in the mid game, you should probably just, I mean, do we need to use the mid game? Like, because there's no reason why we can't just check. Why would we need to check how much resources are remaining? Check active gas count. Active gas gases, those that have a refinery on them. I think we should just do 2. I feel like number 2 is probably what I would want to end up doing. All right, implement number 2. Implement number 2. Let's do number 2. Oh. And then where did you, oh, there it is. So behavior, build workers. Okay, this, and then it's used here again. Okay, looking pretty healthy, I think. Uh, 10 town hall. Okay, so it goes over each town hall. Hopefully it's checking if they're actually, is it dot mineral contents? I don't know if that is true. I'm gonna have to check if that is true, because I am a little sus on that. Mineral. Oh no, it's right. Mineral contents, it's right. Huh. It actually is right. Returns the amount of minerals remaining in the mineral fields. Yeah, it's actually right. Now, question is, see how that runs. Then I think the last thing we're going to want to do tonight is fix the toggle for when it attacks. Because I like that I think the toggle of attack is actually just missing some unit data. I think we can simply use the same process on the toggle. Probably shouldn't have the computer rushing me. Give myself a little bit of macro. Oh well, let's see what happens. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. I'm happy about what we're looking at. I mean, I'm a little impressed that it knew to do yeah, I don't know why it's attacking. I have to get it to not do that. That needs to get really, the reactions are kind of messed up right now. Zaki should not be running away. Actually needs to stay near. It needs to go to like a defensive stance instead of this like whatever it's doing right now, which is definitely going to get killed. But it's gonna, I feel confident it's gonna, yeah, won this, which is good. Like the reaction's not terrible. Like it's like a pretty good reaction, but optical worker count is 48. Is that correct? 22 is 44. How did you come to 48? Mineral spot 32. Gas spots 12. How did it come to 48? That boy here is really waiting to expand. There we go. Should maybe ready town halls. It should be the. Yeah, I'm gonna check that. What is the optimum route? Is 64? 64? It's like, what is this? How many do we got? 3. 1, 2, 3. It's 66? No? It should be like 66. Oh, but it depends, because I guess if some patches are actually depleting. Then it is kind of it is actually maybe thinking optimally. Especially if patches are depleting. So it actually might be correct. Because it is, if patches are starting to deplete, it is then no longer necessary for certain things to be certain places. Are we going to be expanding anytime soon? Ah, it is working. Okay, now it's expanding. Oh, this is kind of looking pretty good. And now it's kind of managing the mineral. It's kind of managing the guys optimally. So now it's like what? Worker saturation. It thinks our army value is way stronger than the enemy. Optimal worker count is 80. 80 workers. For 24 for 80. Yeah, okay. I could see 80 workers being optimal because some of these patches are depleted. So it seems to have worked. So we're looking at a pretty optimal situation here, though maybe not. Like, are these guys just waiting? Are these guys just waiting for this to finish? Maybe we should say wait for the amount of stuff that are ready. So gonna try to expand again. Okay, it is gonna expand again. The disruptors must be out now. This is, yeah, expansion. Disruptors are out now. So the econ is looking pretty healthy. Worker count is not too much. Optimal worker count's 100, so it's kind of determining because the gas spots are depleting. So things are looking econ-wise pretty good. We're having a pretty solid econ right now. Gas is still a little lopsided. We'll have to investigate. So that turned out to be okay. It seems to be managing itself well enough. I'm overall happy with this too. And then like we have to fix the attacking. That is causing my dude here to go a little haywire. Also, we're consuming so much gas. We're consuming a ton of gas, and oh, I think we've broken through. Nope, maybe not so much. We'll have to investigate Mr. Disruptor in a bit. But expansions work, so expansions are done. Yeah, we've got to figure that out. Something's going up with the disruptors. We'll have to explore that a little bit later. Right now, these so expansion works. Okay, I'm happy with that. I think we can call that expansion. Oh my god. So much okay. Keep these changes. That's great. Let's commit those. I'm done with that. So in the macro, we refactored the expansion method and expansion method. No, we created a new method. Created expansion checker to check whether or not to expand. Added replacing old method. Created calculate optimal worker count to check how much resources are around bases and adjust worker count accordingly. And then we also created a state checker for early, mid, late game. Did this Nova Manager? I actually didn't check if the Nova Manager works. What is the Nova speed? Do we actually know? Or does it actually fire? Here it is. Does this Nova speed actually register? Okay. Let's check what happens here. I don't see the speed. What is it supposed to fire? Yeah, it's not shooting the speed here. No target with nearby unit with reach. Currently tracking one active registered targets. Could use mana. Neighbor target. Moving target to do. So actually, I should have said we can turn off. Okay. Works. Comment out the debugs for the expansion checker and yeah, comment out the debugs for that and comment out debugs for what else don't we need debugs for? Is there debugs here? And calculating optimal worker count. And then while it does that, I need to go check, because ideally what we'll want to do before we end the night off is fix that that toggle. Here it is. This toggle needs to get fixed. So interesting. So we're actually assessing threats in the toggle. Maybe we can actually turn that off. Girl, what are you checking? What are you doing? I see I missed a few print statements. I'm like, I don't know what you're doing. I hate sometimes when you run off on your own. Looks like all the dips are been successfully commanded out. You have bought with a cleaner console output. Changes have been made significantly improved. Your bot economic management. Yeah. Thank you, my friend. I am well aware. Let's actually just double check to make sure it doesn't. Yeah, cool. Okay, actually, those are. I'm actually glad it. Okay, we turned off the pin statements. Cool. That is good. I should actually say off debugs. It might be good. It might actually be good to have like a central debug for each of these sections. So I move all the debugs into like an area, but that's not today. That's not a today thing. Okay, so last thing is I'm gonna want to just check out. Oh, we have an enemy strength thing. Where is this? Where is this calculated? Oh. Oh, interesting. So we can actually pull from here in combat and use this. So we actually did have this before, but this one isn't working. So I'm guessing it's because it's being called as a property instead of the method, like I keep telling this thing to do. Interesting. Multiply power of the effective power by a scale by 50 to tweak if needed. So what we can actually do, so we actually have an enemy strength method. So we can actually go back to macro. We can go back to macro. So we can actually go back here. This actually won't be that hard. So what we can actually do is we can take the... We actually could just call this enemy value stuff here. So we went for... So we said... Get all enemy. So we can actually go... So for unit in get all enemy, I'm actually gonna just copy pasta stuff here in macro. Just like this. Actually, this can actually stay enemy units. It can make it funner, easier, I guess. And then unit type ID and And then what did we do here? enemy army value. So we can actually change this word power to enemy army value. Enemy army value. I don't know why I just didn't change it there. Multiply it by the effective power, health total scaled by tweak if needed. Divided by 50. Actually, oh, I see. Because like you actually kind of weaken them if like there's some of them are low energy, low health, blah blah blah. Okay, I'm okay with that. Why did we do by 50? And so this is our main army power, which I presume is just taking main army. So we actually can effectively call our enemy strength and army strength from combat.py instead. So let's actually go back to macro. And then just say, hey, you can actually call you can actually place these with enemy strength, army strength. Then what else do we want to do? And then I kind of want you to just double check. Let's see how it's gonna actually handle it. Maybe I should actually have kept the debug on it. Almost gone through all my credits. Okay, so now we're just gonna call own army, enemy army. And is it doing the calculations as it's supposed to? And then in combat, what are we doing here? Did we do anything? Okay, so we should test to make sure this works. Maybe we should turn back on the debug. So let's actually turn back on the debug just so I can check to make sure that this is working. Let's double check should double check to make sure this is working. Right, just two. accept. Okay. Wait, are we checking? Okay, cool. Let's double check to make sure they're working. Don't need to see them in Nova Manager right now. Let's change this to macro because and then we don't need this Protoss build open. We're gonna then want to make sure, let's go back to combat. Let's check the toggle because the toggle has been gone a little aggressive. Okay, so let's go back to toggle. So handle toggles, enemy threat, assess enemy threat. If bot commenced attack. Else army strength equals the enemy strength equals enemy strength. So this is right. If the strength of our army is greater than, don't attack. Else if our army, if the enemy strength is greater than our army, let's actually, I'm gonna get you to, okay, let's first let's make sure this is working, and then I'm gonna get you to really think about my okay. Wonder if it might be time to put it back like permanently, like to push this to the ladder. I guess if I fix the attack toggle, it might be good to just put it on the ladder. So right now the attack toggle is kind of weird. Yeah, because if we fix the attack toggle like in a few minutes, then I think it's good to just push him right onto the ladder again. Obviously turn off the debug, turn off some of these extra debugs, and then push him right back onto the ladder. I guess I should maybe have kept the rush. But let's see how the normal works, and then we'll see how it affects it. I think what we'll have to probably put into the some of the logic is that it's attacking too early. So far, the bot is left to its own devices. Probably should put it to the rush. Yeah, right now it's not really needing to check. Okay, check to mid game. So far, this has actually been quite robust in terms of its ability to manage itself. I'm pretty impressed, actually. I don't know how I feel about how this, how we're all spread out here. So it has contemplated and says, I am stronger than the enemy. I don't know what it's basing that information off of. But it is getting the enemy value. Let's see what happens when it sees the enemy, like actually enemy's army. Yeah, so it has determined that the enemy is mad strong. Okay, but it's like, it's... Ooh, jeez. It cannot see. I wish the observer would be better positioned where it should be. But it's not the worst in the world. How's expansion? Where's the expansion going on here? Why are we not doing expansions? Is this not a thing? Are we not deciding to expand, boys? Oh, never mind. I take that back. We are expanding. We have made the conscious effort and decision to expand. Okay. Oof, Jesus. Get a bit erect. How is it coming to the value of this army, though? This army value does not look right. So it says our army value is 305. I think it's the enemy's value. So it says our army value. Maybe we shouldn't just like wait till we're just greater than. Maybe we should have like, we should wait till we have an advantage. No, we can hold on. Okay, so it thinks our army value is 363. I think the enemy army value is 328. So then it's like, oh, now we are stronger. And then it's like, okay, now we're going to attack. And naturally, our army value is increasing. There's no clue what the enemy has, which doesn't stop it, I guess. Yeah, I think there's a... okay. I need them to kind of stick closer to each other. Oof. I think it's yeah, it's this value seems to be off. Okay, so it says that its value, the enemy's value, it's only visible. Okay. Can it not keep the enemy value in memory? Because I feel like this says, okay, it thinks the enemy's value is 440 right now. So that's what it saw. Maybe that's right. Oh, no. Now it knows what the enemy's value. It's like, oh, the enemy has 658. That doesn't seem right. So like, that's way stronger than us. Way stronger than what we have. Like, that's a lot. Yeah, it's right now it's estimating that it thinks we have more units, and that is not at all accurate. Is it including... Maybe it is including in that... So maybe we can actually make sure we're excluding. Where is it getting this from? That's for the main army. You know what? Let's end. Type ID. Not. So for units in, oh, that actually might be right. So unit in main power, for every unit we do a loop, and then it goes for unit type not in power ID. For unit type not in power, and then total strength. Maybe we should take this modifier. Maybe it's actually skewering our results. Multiply power by effective power. Not actually, maybe it's skewing our results. Maybe we should just actually take out this effective multiplier. Maybe we can take a little bit closer at this get own enemy units. Get all enemies. Get all the enemies. It's just the enemies we've seen. So I'm actually also going to turn off the debugger because it's really slowing down the game. Let's turn that off. Debug false. I think we are in need. Maybe you can go back to Python SC2. Maybe just do all enemy units. I should have said rush. What kind of computer is this? It's a very hard macro one. Actually, let's put it to rush because I want to get this test out faster. Just hard is fine. So there's actually a get cached enemy army. Gets units, objects for the enemy army. Maybe we should try the get cached enemy army. We could try that. And I think that might be what we want to do. Let's try that next. So you could probably get cached enemy army. I actually think that might be what we want to do. Instead of get enemy thing, just get cached enemy army. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to do cached. Because right now they think they're stronger. And if we do cached, it actually might solve a lot of these problems. My boys went and attacked when they did not need to attack. So we know the enemy value. Where's this army value coming from? These numbers seem off. Yeah, so this is what we're running into right now. So like says the enemy value is like, how does it think we have our own army value is 286? That's obviously wrong. Oh, because we have, I see now. I see why it thinks that. In which case it is correct. It thinks we have a significant advantage. I should actually not just say if we have an advantage attack. You should actually say if we have a significant advantage attack. And we actually, like, it thinks the enemy has no army, and that is obviously not true. I actually need to really kind of check these collection rate stuff. So I think I need to tweak these collection rate numbers because, like, look at that. We're actually pretty good at collection rate right now. Should actually probably look at gas collection rate as well. And then eventually we'll look at spending quotient. So there's a couple ways we'll end up doing this. Okay, so we're gonna tweak the go back to combat, and then we're gonna actually tweak the enemy power to get, what do we see? Actually say get cached enemy army. So let's get cached enemy army. And then let's see what it produces. Maybe we shouldn't use this as part of like a multiplier effect, because it might actually be causing distortion. Though they are both being let's see what happens. Okay. So it thinks it has an advantage right now. So we have to figure out how that is. So this seems a little bit better in terms of accurate numbers. Yeah, so the cached army number is actually a better. Yeah, okay, so the cached army number looks more realistic. Now it seems to be like, okay, I can't win this. I need to like return back. What is the toggle here though? What is activating the attack? Because you do not have the advantage. Okay, well, maybe now you think you have the advantage. What is it? What did you build that makes you think you have the advantage right now, though? Oh. So you think you have a significant advantage for some reason? Was what we will end up wanting to do is we want to make sure we have good scouts. Speaking of scouts, where the hell is the observer? Okay, well, my boys think they are stronger. And that case may be true. What is going on with this gas, though? Oh, I see what happens. There's some bit of a bit of so cash rate is right. So the mineral collection rate is really high. So we actually can go probably tweak these. So let's tweak these mineral. We can probably use these two. Probably use these as a method. These collection rates are actually pretty low. So look at these rates, right? Worker saturation. Mineral collection rate was like 2,000. So late game is like, I don't know, less than. Maybe bump these up to a little bit higher. 500. Then be like 600, 1,000. Okay, I think that's kind of okay. But we still have a few problems. Okay. This actually might be the time we have to. Let's go back to combat. How are you deciding when to attack? How do you? Let's go back to the toggles. Okay, so you're like, assess threat. If bot commenced attack, So protect the side based on threat level. Yeah, see, this is not what we want to do. So let's do a new one. Around. Let's actually do to the chat. I think of attack logic might be off. It's attacking soon. Very Let's see. This will be a little generic question. Yeah, review the function identifies some potential issues. The function uses two different decision systems when not attacking. So when not attacking, it only starts attacking if enemy and not under attack. If the army is weaker than the enemies, it won't start attack when already attacking. Uses enemy threat level to decide whether to continue the attack or redirect. Doesn't consider whether to attack at all based on the strength comparison. Uses strength comparison to start attack, but the threat level to manage ongoing attacks. Once an attack starts, there's no mechanism to retreat if your army begins to lose badly. That's a good point. Potentially never attack state. If the enemy consistently has a higher strength value, the bot might never attack. If the enemy consistently has a higher strength value, the bot might never attack. The function checks if the bot build order but doesn't have an explicit else case for when the build isn't complete. Under attack flag. Okay. The threat levels are mainly for defense. So when it's defending or seeing if it's being attacked, and then the strength levels are for when I want to be aggressive or I want to control my attack on the enemy. You're correct that I don't have a retreat. So I do need for it to return. When it comes to assessing the strength, of my army to the enemy army, maybe I can do something like that for the comparison. Open to suggestions. It checks if not under attack before starting an attack, but there's no code and function that would set this flag. Really? Double check, but the under attack should be triggered by a different function in either reactions or somewhere else. Attack. Triggered by threat actions, which is used for defense. Okay, let's see what he proposes. Probably should let him edit it. I'm okay with if he edits it. I propose a significant improvement to the attack logic and the functions. Based on your feedback, here's a summary. Added a retreat logic when they're already attacking. When they already attacking, the bot will now retreat if the army strength falls below 60% of the enemy strength and is below the minimum attack threshold. The bot will retreat to the nearest base when outmatched. Added configurable thresholds. Attack threshold 0.08. Attack when your army is like 80% enemy strength. Minimum attack strength 1,000. Retreat threshold. Added debug information. Okay, let's see what let's put in here. So you did thresholds, some debugging. You've commenced attack. If the enemy... What's going on here? Okay. Okay, so if it's complete, I guess we should always have scouted the enemy. What is... see what happens here. This is... if this works, I'll probably just put this on the ladder. Actually don't have that many credits left. Okay, I think we might be coming to the end of this. I'm starving, and I feel like we've done a lot of coding today. Oh, did it just crash? What is this debug? Oh, what is this? Oh, do I have a toggle for debug? I don't think I have one of those. But it's not a bad idea, actually. Turn on and off debugs. Let's do that, actually. I am getting so hungry. Oh, what's this? That's cool. Interesting. That's kind of cool. Okay. So I guess the only thing I need to worry about here is that, especially when we're responding, so now it's going to decide to attack. Okay. So yeah, only thing is we're not going to want it to attack if we're responding to something like a cheese reaction or something. So I think if we just do that, that'll be good. Why does it think the enemy value is 94 though? Or maybe it is 94. Oh, maybe it is 94. There's only 2 units. So this is not, I think it's kind of okay. Something seems really off about how this is being calculated. Yeah, because it knows all my army. I think the enemy value is that was really juicy. I like that one. I have no clue where our disruptors, I mean, our observers are. That is 100% required to be looked into. Okay. You just have to put something for the reactions. It's pretty good, except we don't run into a situation where when we have a cheese okay, so we have a situation where we run cheese reaction or really any of our defensive reaction. Do you have cheese reaction or one base reaction? Or anytime the enemy attacks early, we don't have any info on the enemy army, so its value is 0, which causes us to attack. We attack when we should be defending in those situations. So we should probably consider the flag when those flags are lifted. So we shouldn't activate it. Wait. We shouldn't activate the attack until those situations are clear. Review reactions. Understand how it works. All right, so then we can kind of just get the situation where it will hopefully make sure that we don't attack when those situations are done. So yeah, as long as those early threats aren't going on. One lint error. What did you change? What'd you do? So it's checking is early defense mode on. Interesting. So it gave itself a little toggle. Early game safety, don't attack during the cheese or one base reactions. Probably should make it a little bit robust because you want to include that. What else? It's like one base reactions. Same thing with worker rush. Well, I guess I really haven't done anything. There's nothing here for worker rush, so I actually have to put something in here. Add do worker rush response. I don't really have a response for worker rush. It has to be investigated. So use cheese response, and then I have a okay. So then it does checks if early defense is on. We actually don't have to say time. This should be if da 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 da. And what's the 5-minute mark? That could be what, mid game? Because you don't have to go bot dot time. It can be bot dot like mid game, right? If it's mid game. This game states turns early, and then current time. What's the thresholds for the mid game lift? Where's my thresholds? So mid game, so 6 minutes. Is mid game really 12 minutes? I'll have to review that. I think the mid game is after. What is the mid game for StarCraft 2? Mid game is like what? It's after 6 minutes, no? What is the time stamps for early, mid, and late game in StarCraft 2? Yeah, so okay, after 5 minutes is, and then 5 minutes to 10 minutes, and then 10 minutes plus is late game. Okay. That's what I thought, but I wasn't 100% sure. So we actually want this to be, and self dot game state equal mid game. What is it again? I don't remember. So it's just mid. Game state equals dot equals mid. This is just mid. So we're like, if completed, is early game defense on? So this should probably be, probably do something like this. We could actually go like, whoops, what did I just do? And then it's like this. And then it's like, or the game state is mid game. Early defenses is then off. And that would be the mid game. That's the mid game taken care of. So it's like, okay. Okay. I feel like we can. Let's see if this works. So what we want is it doesn't go and attack when it is under threat, but once the threats are done, it is then going to assess, and then it'll go. Still a little bit sussed on that method of how we're calculating the army strength of the enemy. It seems a little not super impressed with how that is calculated. It looks off still, but okay, let's see. So hopefully we'll get a triggered attack, and then we won't attack. So hopefully it'll notice it's a one base attack. And then it'll just decide. Oh, my dude. Okay, so anyways, it's like attack is false, which is good. So it notices there's cheese. And then it's like, okay, there's cheese. We won't attack, which is what it shouldn't do. Perfect. So it's not going to attack. Though I'm a little worried about where it's thinking it should be. Okay, this is good. It's sitting in a defensive posture. They're supposed to stay close to the shield battery. They should actually they're supposed to make the attempt to go close to the shield battery. Oh well, I guess that's not what we're doing. Why does it still think we're under attack? There's no... Enemy army value suspiciously low, not attacking yet. Suspiciously low. Where did he get that from? I mean, we should technically have... Where's our observer? Like, realistically, there should be an observer here. I don't know why it's not making observers. You should always have an observer if something's up with my observer code. Probably have it check out why there's no observers. Oh, is that one now? Is that an observer? Oh, there it is. Yo, where's it going? Oh, the army is going. It decides it's going to attack. Okay. Decides to attack. Well, it has no logic on like whether or not this is a good idea. Jesus. It can hit itself. I really have to go work on that disruptor targeting. It's become a freaking liability. This fucking choke point, and I'm just constantly getting stuck in these choke points. I'm gonna have to deal with choke points at some point, and like how to prevent choke points from being a problem. Okay, well, fortunately for us, I think we win. Okay, so I think we win. Well, we do win. I don't think we win. Okay, so I'm pretty comfortable. I think we can put this on the ladder. There's a couple things I might want to tweak around a bit. Our ability to attack is just atrocious, but okay. All right, so I'm gonna keep all these changes. These are all good changes. And then lastly, I think I can get away with one more thing before I go. There's always this one more thing to code, right? It always feels like there's one more thing to code. But let's put all these in. added debug flag. And then what did we do? And then in this in combat, what did we do here? We did so we refactored handle attack toggles to take defensive state into consideration and to used cached army values to assess whether or not to attack. Did we do that to did we do something? No, that's just a fact. That's fine. And then with macro, what did we do here? We simplified army own army value plus enemy army value to draw from combat.py. That was this. What did reaction just added to do note. And these are just edit settings. Oh, I actually need to turn off the debug. Added movement speed for Nova Ball. I forgot to turn off the debug. So let's actually turn off the debug because I am, let's say false. So false. I just forgot to do it. I could have included that. And then let's go back to combat PY. I should turn off all these debugs. Man, I forgot. There's a bunch of debugs I don't need here. Debug. Yeah, I can turn off these debugs. And then actually we're gonna so I have a small thing we have to think about here. So in the standard army, so we gotta some in here in the standard army. So we're actually to bring up a new problem to our AI, because right now what we have is in the standard army. So So we're calling, let's see, where we're calling standard army standard. So what we could right now, biggest problem we have is that High Templars are not, when they turn into this thing, this composition does not work too well. So let's go something like this. So we'll go standard army, standard army 1. Sorry, actually we'll go standard army 0. And then standard army 1. Because what happens is this High Templars do not change because they don't take in account for Archons. So we're gonna actually change this composition. So Immortals, Colossuses, and then we actually want to maybe like deprioritize High Templars. So once it reaches a certain level, you actually maybe want to bring High Templar priority. What is this, number 1 priority? How is priority work in this thing again? Priority. Yeah, it must be the, oh, so it's actually the higher the number, the lower the priority. So we'll actually want to bring in part 2, we'll actually want to bring them down to 5 and bring them to 1. Let's see, if when we finish all the, what takes up a lot less gas? What takes up a lot less gas? Actually, we should just actually remove High Templar altogether. No High Templars. Just remove High Templars. No High Templars, period. What did you just do? So we're actually going to remove High Templars altogether. Once... so it's like Immortals, Colossus, Disruptors, and Zealots. Immortals, Colossus, Disruptors, and Zealots. That's all you need. So we'll take the High Templars art out once we have enough Archons. That's the composition. And this has to actually equal up to 1. So... what we'll do, something like, I don't know. What's going to be a good portion? What's a better portion of the army? You want Immortals, Colossus, Disruptors, Zealots? So you want like the majority of it to be what? Disruptors? No, Immortals. You want Immortals to fill up the bulk. Yeah, you're gonna want Immortals to take up a huge bulk. And you want... so you want Immortals, and then you're gonna want something like... 2% for Colossi, or 20%, so 35%, 55%, 55, 65%, and the rest is like Zealots, I guess. So what is it, 35, 35, that makes 70, 80, 90, 100%. Okay, so that's all there. And then you want to prioritize, you actually want to prioritize the Zealots, because they'll probably take up a lot of minerals. You just want to consume those minerals. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's say something to this. Okay, so let's spell out our problem to the AI and just have it do it for us, and we'll say, okay. Okay. So here is my problem. Where are we? Macro py. I have the standard army 0. Should have actually looked over to make sure it doesn't standard army 0, which represents my standard army, which has high Templars, which become Archons. Problem, though, is when they become Archons, they don't count as high Templars anymore, meaning they will constantly try to replenish the high Templars over and over again as they are expended, not making way for the other units in the army manager, in the production, the spawn controller. So what I'm thinking is we could create a flag or something to check in main army the amount of unit type ID Archons I have. Then if I have some amount, like I don't know what's a good, like a 35%, like 35% of my army is Archons, then switch the standard army 0 to standard army 1. What do you think? Let's see how it likes my phrasing of the problem. Let's see what he thinks. Let's go implement my solution. I actually probably am okay with sending the rest of this to the ladder without the rest of my solution. So actually I will send the rest to the ladder. I'm ready to go. Let's go turn this, send the rest of this ladder while it does what it's doing. What did it do? Interesting. I mean, this all seems pretty reasonable. Okay, I'll accept these. All right, little bot, I'm ready to send you out there, and I'm actually ready to call this a night. Let's look at how we can put this onto the ladder. But you reckon, aren't you going to test it? I'm sure it'll be fine. Composition isn't like the, what's not the game breaking. He says, little did he know. Where is this config file? There it is. I'm like, have I gone blind? So auto upload. Okay, so it's actually fine. I just have to just merge my stuff to master, and I guess it's good. What do we do here? Turn that off. The composition. So standard army got turned to army composition. And so, yeah, we added solution. Wait, am I in my, what's going on here? Added a toggle for composition to deal with archons consuming high Templars and not working with spawn control. There. Little janky fix. Cool. All right. Why did that not commit? Sad face? What's going on? What did I do? Please enter the commit message for your change. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I put it in the wrong place. Oh, shit. Shit. What did I do? Ah! I hit the wrong thing. Jesus, that's how I know I'm getting tired. Shit, I almost like, I don't know how that happened. Whew. Okay, all right, let's sync those changes. Let's do a quick run, you know, make sure all the debugs and stuff are off and it's not outputting debugs. And then if that's the case, we'll push to the main branch. Especially when I've debugs and stuff are floating about. Well, I'm okay with these debugs, just not the ones that are constantly running. We'll wait to build something. Okay. All right, I'm feeling good. How are you all while we wait for this? Hopefully you're good. Okay, so if you want to build your own, let's put this out there. Is it template? Exclamation mark template? Can't remember for the life of me. Exclamation mark template? Yes. All right, make sure you grab yourself a template and you can build your own bot if you haven't already. If not, I do a newsletter every Tuesday. Oh, I do a newsletter where I give you all the stuff that I've been working on and I talk about what I've learned, and there's some couple of stuff that I've been researching. Exclamation mark sub. Be sure to go there and oh, look at that. Why are you standard macro? Why is it doing why is it outputting this? Oh, okay. See, this is what I mean. I gotta turn that off. I know it's because it's switched to standard. I don't know why it should actually probably shouldn't switch to the standard macro. Why it shouldn't start to the standard? It should actually be. What is going on? Because this is actually not so. It shouldn't switch to standard macro. It actually should switch to a cheese group. Why did it switch to? Now that I think about it, why is this switching to standard macro? Okay, well, good to know. See, luckily, I didn't do this yet. So let's go look why it's going standard macro. This is the config file and not the macro. Standard macro. Because it's supposed to be using the cheese army defense. What triggered you again? So what was this? One base reaction. Ah, so it's actually after one base reaction, we do go to a standard. So that's correct. Cheese army defense is different. Okay, so never mind. It's fine. It's right, but I don't need you to print standard macro. That's not necessary. Remove debug. All right, let's do it. Let's move it to production. Switch over to the main branch, master branch. Probably don't need all this stuff. Then we can go like Shift Control P. Whoops, that is, what was that? Is that? Oh my God, does Perplexity have one of my oh snap, does it have one of my yeah, it does. Okay, let's try this. Shift Control T. There we go. We'll do that for new threads. Okay, so let's try again. Control P. There we go. Git merge. Wait. Development. Okay. Let's do it. Okay. That's it. I think our bot's been updated and it's gonna now be up on the ladder, and yeah, that's we merge this branch. We can go back to the development branch for work later. But yeah, okay, cool. Master branch, just double check, we're all good. We're all good. Cool. All right, that's us today. That is us. We are done for today. Let's whew. That is today's event. I actually went much longer. Unfortunately, when I get into the groove, it is, I feel the energy and it is like code way too long. But we're done for today. Next time I'm gonna actually make a hard 2-hour cut. It was just, I wanted to get so much done. Okay. So. All right, let's do our little call out and call it a day. All right, so if you want to make your own bot, they're in the description. I have what you need to make your own bot in the description. Get a hold with that. There's a template, exclamation mark template here in the chat. If you're watching the VOD, it's always there. And then yeah, exclamation mark sub, and you can follow me on my newsletter, which I do every 2 weeks, bi-weekly newsletter of all the cool stuff that's going on in the scene that I'm collecting. Probots is coming back soon. Do not worry. I know some people are like, when's Probots? It's coming. And absolutely. Hopefully you've all been good. I will see you next week right back here on Versus AI.